right, everybody, how we doing? Everybody good? That's good. Okay, as you all know, we in the run-up to Dan Adelson's trial happening on the 19th of this month, we're going through a few of the key features, hearing from a few of the key players. We did Wendy's interview, we did the Charlie Adelson jailhouse calls recently. Today we're going to be doing Jeff Lacasse, specifically his interview of March 6, 2015. The unredacted version. This is going to be a live stream with commentary. If commentary is not your thing, we have the link to our original video in the description for this video that does not have any commentary. No commentary at all. No pause, no comments. Well, there's a ton of comments, but just under the video. They're not live comments. They're not live comments at all. So if that's your thing and commentary is not your thing, check it out. It's a really good interview. And, you know, we were the first channel, little old metrics over here, to publish it to the public, because the previous version that we'd all seen for years had these great chunks taken out of it, edited. What was that about? Why? People go, well, it might have been to respect the privacy of people involved. And well, most of it's about Wendi. Dirty information about Wendi Adelson, which we'll love to hear. It's really good to hear Jeff Lacasse's insight during this video. I mean, he's a clinical guy, he's a social studies guy, therapy guy, whatever he is. He's just absolutely primed to be in the position to look at the situation as a whole and find the holes, or the spaces in between the holes, or whatever it is, but he brings it to us. Because Tallahassee PD, what have they been doing for the past, what is that, so 7 months, 7 months. You know, they hadn't gotten very far, had they? I guess there is a timeline about what the hell they were doing, but anyway, a lot of what Jeff brings to the table in this interview was definitely news to the lead investigator, General Isom, at the time that he was hearing it. So much so that he kind of gets confused throughout the interview, which is quite funny. And even Jeff Lacasse gets a little bit frustrated at times. Anyway, that's what we're going to be doing, guys. We're going to be listening to Jeff. We're going to be talking about Jeff. We're going to be commenting on Jeff and what Jeff has to say about Miss Adelson. Look at her there. Fucking scary woman. I mean, could you have a more scary photo? They say the devil comes disguised as a beautiful woman, and but definitely not on this occasion. She's not beautiful at all. She's just awful. I can't stand her. I don't see any redeeming thing from the way she looks one bit. Where is that video? Got it all keyed up, ready to go. Here it is.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E-R-E-Y.
J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
"5 days after Lincoln's birthday." I forget Professor Markel's.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you wanted to, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can start at the very
Yeah.
beginning, however you want to do it.
I got
don't
some
mind.
notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely
I
not.
don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down the last few months. So I thought we might end up at this point. Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, I've got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression, and just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible, I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life, Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendi in fall of 2013. We have mutual friends, but a lot of my friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talk to a lot of the same people throughout the investigation. Your name came up a couple times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk
Well,
to?
the Gamoris, the Epstein.
How's the audio, guys? Is it too loud on the video? I think it might be too loud on the video. Is it popping? Is it unbalanced? Where's our capella? Where's our audio man? Oh, I don't think we've got him yet. Amy, what about you? Or Michelle? Any comment on the audio? Is it good? Is it not good? Is it perfect? Does it need improvement? What is the deal? Okay, it's all good. Thank you, Mary. Jeff is a real man. He says his feelings like it is. Most men aren't man enough to admit their raw and true feelings. I hope that's not some sort of backhanded comment at me. Yeah. No, I mean, to anybody who wants to say, oh, Jeff is in there as a jilted lover to throw Wendi under the bus because he was bitter about the relationship. He just said her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me. Oh, turn my mic up a bit. You crazy? It's in the red. Do I need to turn? Can't I just turn his down? That would be easier. I'm all the way up. Is it? I mean, we need a pro. Where's Derek? He'll be like, yes. I think the in-studio microphone needs to be turned up exactly 6.8 decibels. He's such a show-off, that Derek, isn't he? Love you, Derek.
The Cohens, there's just a lot of mutual. My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, the Markel and Adelson would have they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met us through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendi.
Yeah, me and Wendi. Yeah.
And who was?
The only two single people in town? I doubt that.
The person I introduced is a guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendi. We just have a lot of mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I came in here before, I thought Markel was a dick. That's what I had been taught by Wendi. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled.
Yeah, you think? What misled you?
In the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been heard describing Wendi as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath, and a semi-joke.
Pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath. I could not possibly come up with a better description for Wendi Adelson. That's like, when they say it does what it says on the tin. We need to send her a T-shirt with that on.
Manner, but
To you?
to other people. I just heard
Okay.
that through the grapevine because people said, "Be careful with Wendy. She's a little
Jeff, if you listen closely to that song, it says, "Believe none of what you see and a half of what you hear."
unbalanced." And I said, "Well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced." I didn't take it seriously at the time. That sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him because it seemed, you see in the court documents, I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate, I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife, But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, like in December and January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about, and this is a very troubled person.
Christina says, "I'm surprised that Jeff could wait 8 months to come back to Iceland." I don't think it was a case of him waiting 8 months. I think he went over this and spoke to lots of people, including therapists, and, really made sure he had it down. He was making notes, he was going through receipts, emails, text messages, putting it all together, walking through the scenario, really thought he had something, but didn't want to go in there underprepared because that might fall on deaf ears, mislead the investigation. He made sure he had it right, and it took 8 months.
Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would.
Oh, you want a soap update, Michelle? Okay, well, she's still panting and, just over the top panting, even for the weather and even for her being in heat. And so we're going to go to the vet tomorrow and see what they say. But she did meet a boyfriend today with his balls. And I said, I thought, well, I don't know. I'm just going to see what happens. If he fucks her, he fucks her. And that'll be nature running its course. It's a difficult decision to make because she's going to be 9 in October. So really, Labrador should have their uterus out at that age, no later than that age really, because it can get full of pus. So if she were going to have puppies, it should be now in this season. And we just happened to meet a Labrador with his balls today. And I said to the guy in broken Portuguese, "Is he not castrated? Do you want to meet at the same time here tomorrow? Because she's with blood and maybe we want pequeños." So I don't know. What do people think about that? Should Soap have puppies or not? I would have done it sooner, but we've never had a house before. Well, a long time ago, but we had other stuff going on at that point. But, it's difficult to have puppies when you're living in a van. But now that we've got this place, we could handle it. We could handle it. And for me personally, I always thought it would be cool because I really love Soap, and obviously she's not going to live forever. And whenever it is that she's gone, maybe it would be cool to continue the gene pool with one of her puppies as a dog, and have that dog. But then on the other side, it is quite a lot sometimes. It does. Maybe it would be nice to not have a dog for a while. I don't know. I could do other things. I'd have already flown to, the US or Canada by now if I didn't have Soap. Not that I'm complaining. It's really nice to have Soap. But yeah, I'm kind of like a rock and a hard place with should she have puppies or not. So if anyone has an opinion, I'd be willing to listen to it.
That was, reason I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually.
Yeah, I asked the vet earlier, this a couple of months ago, Deborah, and because she had a benign tumor around her groin, and it's benign, and whenever she does get spayed, they'll probably try and take it out then. But I asked her, I said, well, you know, is there any danger or something to her having puppies at this stage? And she said it would be fine. And, you know, that was after giving her an ultrasound and all that. So it looks like it would be good to go, but, you know, it feels like a big decision, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, well, I'm on my own, and if there's 4 or 5 puppies running around here, because I'll rehome probably all but one of them, but they would be here with me and Soap for at least 2 months, because they have to stay with the mother and so on, obviously. And then, of course, you know, there's the whole thing of raising a dog again without a break in between, and that would be great in a lot of ways. But in other ways, it might be great when Soap does die, oh no, eventually, to just, you know, have a bit of solo time. I don't know, it's a tough call. And it feels like, I don't know, meeting this dog today, and he's a Labrador, so it all just kind of, it was just right there, you know. And I let them off the lead for a while, and they were sniffing and doing things and, you know, flirting, and she was putting her tail up saying, yeah, go on, stick it in me, baby. But he was a bit confused. I think maybe he was a little young, I don't know. I mean, it's probably 3, I'd say. So old enough. Yeah. Anyway, this isn't puppy TV. We should chat about it later on Discord, so that the viewers that don't know what the fuck... Some viewers are going to be here like, why is he talking about Soap? What is Soap? Who is Soap? Labs can have 13? Well, really? I wouldn't think that would happen this time. Soap was part of a litter of 4 brothers. Yeah. So if anyone has some advice for me later on Discord, I would appreciate it, because I did say that I'd meet this guy with his Labrador tomorrow about 6 in the evening. So the clock is ticking.
Very manipulative, pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many nights sitting, hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins, so we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the 2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster, and Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those 2 concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she'd pour me. Very sensitive that I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours?
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face as this accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. total, I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall, and she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14?
March 14, spring break, Immokalee, actually, that's when she went off.
Does anyone know the name of the medications that Wendi was on? Because we want to do a video on that, suggested by our good friend Kiwi Vander something. Vanderman.
And this will make sense of why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but she's already a sensitive person, so much that, I mean, you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, she'd break down crying for 2 hours. She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated, I've dated some pretty crazy women. So,
yeah, I hear that,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Her eyes, it went from being fragile to being, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. Any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did. Anything negative. I mean, I've seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in the spring. So this was like...
Yeah, but to be fair, Judge Everett would be devastated about a cake going bad in the oven as well. So it's not just limited to Wendi.
The state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing where we date the first 6 months. It was, she played hard to get. I chased her. And eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break, and she starts coming off the SSRIs.
Unfortunately, Christina, that never goes away.
Things start getting pretty weird in terms of, we had a couple, first time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course you're going to have a minor thing, you're going to find out who this person really is, and she started devastating, and a couple of times I called her, I'm just very narcissistic, and a couple of times like, I'm here too, just basic stuff like that, but she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit and just tell you what's pertinent to the crime, I think. She starts coming off those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th?
12th or 13th is when she started, so that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
Of 2014?
2014, exactly.
Okay. So so March 12th and 13th, y'all in Immokalee?
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
And that's for this retreat
for
students?
Alternative spring break, yes. Sir.
And you traveled with, you took her with you?
She took me with her, actually, yeah. It was a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was, because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just wanted to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So.
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students?
They were, and some med students, yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her. Her parents, if you investigated, you've probably seen them. I mean, she needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here and then go down with her every single time. And
she didn't travel on her own?
No. It was real weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents. And then over time I'm like, oh, I don't want to let her go on spring break by herself either. She's not going to be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, So February, March, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's
this is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
Sack.
Among others. I think I'll get to that in a minute. There's, I think, a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, social workers might consider incest in this family. There's violence in this family. Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendi and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like, this is strange. He just met me, he's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit
ahead,
so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah,
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub
I'm in the hot
after the Immokalee
Yeah, exactly.
retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with their brother.
Okay.
For the first time.
So you're in Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very wealthy. It's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot.
What's David wowing about? What's up, David?
Hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. Their Korean girlfriend then brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before y'all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but
Okay.
it was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of the Korean girls that was at the wedding?
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something.
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, he was telling racist jokes at the cocktail bar about Korean people.
So he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to rape her? Or
not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just.
And that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends. Although I've never said anything like that, I would never want to hurt a woman. It's
right.
So it's. So it just struck me as very, very odd. So, fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is...
Coming what?
Coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So, I study that. That's my area. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and the lay person can understand.
I understand. So, yeah, she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice. Not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor, have him help you get off. She did not do that. And she was dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She was on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird and that, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression. She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come down the dosage. Because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But
hang on. Whoa. Did he say the name of the drug?
The Lexapro for?
It's for depression. She was diagnosed as depressed.
Lexapro.
And her dad...
Oh, that's a standard thing. I think it's the same as Ritalin. Lexapro. Dentist was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing
to help her come down the dosage, because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying you need to go slow, slow, slow. I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking to that can monitor your mental health, because I saw she was just spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises. I flew to a trip to Chicago. When I came back, I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May, we have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed, that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking, and she knew that. But
there's been no complaint of stalking against you.
There has been informally. She tells people this.
Yeah,
so.
But I'm saying there's no...
Oh, no formal legal
You
charge.
shouldn't have been contacted from anybody from this department
Never,
for a
never.
complaint about it.
No, never. I'm not worried about that.
It's not Ritalin, it's citalopram is what I was thinking of. Citalopram.
I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything.
Right.
I'm not worried about it. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
Right, because you see her there and she's with this guy and
yeah.
and you don't know who the guy is. Maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy?
That's one of the things that concerned me, is that she would bring him up from time to time. And there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but she's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, that's what was interesting. Up until about...
That was intentional, Jeff. It wasn't sloppiness, it was baiting you to challenge her so that she could go and run to friend Jane, and say, he turned into a lunatic. He was all red and puffy. He went through my phone.
Early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But...
Julian Nielsen. It's a pill. It's a pill, usually, but I guess there's a liquid version for... I guess they have a liquid version, but he said you should have the liquid so that you can lower the dosage and come off it gradually, which she didn't, and instead just stopped the course suddenly, which you shouldn't do, apparently.
After that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that, and things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. In June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what.
Christina says, I'd like to know the list of antidepressants and anti-anxiety she's on now after 11 years of being socially outcast, awaiting her own arrest and composing an explanation for her boys. I don't think she's composing an explanation for her boys. I don't think she gives a shit that she's a social outcast, and I think she's prepared for her arrest, ready for the battle. It's all part of the thrill-seeking behavior, and you better believe it that whenever that happens, she's coming in prepped. She knows maybe not 10 moves down the road, but 6 to 8, I'd say. I mean, this is fun to her. Don't forget that, Christina. There's no, oh my God, I can't believe we got caught. We shouldn't have done this. No, this is all just one big buzz to Wendi, and fucking explanation for the boys like she gives a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck at all. Explanation for the boys would be, We were on trial by a dirty media of podcasters. They got it wrong. The Markels.
Is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So Sac, yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendi is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. And when she was with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sac.
Don't believe it, Jeff. Be careful. I big you up a lot, but you got this one wrong, Jeff. Wendi is the influencer. Any indication she gives to the other, the inverse of that would be part of her play to influence. That's the deal.
He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. So she started doing all this crazy stuff. Sac was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I've just seen her, and doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. She into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation, things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. It feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? And she says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Land in the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. Like, what? I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything to stop that. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you.
Many thanks to On the Mountain for the coffee and the kiss. Congratulations On the Mountain for the first coffee of the evening. Yes, that's right. You can support the channel, folks, on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. We also need to start a goal for those people that like to help us out in these super chats. We've also got a PayPal in the description for the video, along with our merch store. We got a fresh t-shirt last night going out to Louisiana, our very first customer in Louisiana. What else? Social networks, links in the description. You know the thing, you know the drill. Click.
I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? Because, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants... People laughed. I said, Wendi says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine. but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week.
That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. And then what happened was Danny was shot. I mean, you know, Wendi thought she got the easy mark, you know, Jeff, he's got a hero complex. I can use that and play to that and make him do my bidding because he thinks he's helping out a damsel in distress, and you know, he wants a family, he wants to be a dad. I can use all of this against him. But the one thing that she didn't bank on was how he would pick up on things like that, which is unusual, right? It's unusual that someone would be so astute to go, there's something weird about July 18th. It meant something to me before Danny was even shot.
If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that. And it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of
She said, this is the 1 week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle's sack. And afterwards she says, I feel uncomfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We had people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was which we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we had the trip in St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on it.
You see, he's even outlined the first attempt hit. Talking about plans when he was going out of town, she cancelled on him. What was it? June 4th? Which was the same day Travis Alexander was murdered. And Luis Rivera has the same birthday as Jodi Arias. It's all connected. Man, imagine if the 2 stories intertwined. Like if Luis Rivera got into multi-level marketing and started working at Prepaid Legal. He was done with the Latin Kings. He moved to Arizona. In fact, that's where he is, right? Fuck. His prison is, what is it called? Copeland or something? Colville. Coleman. Coleman. Where's Coleman Prison? Maybe Coleman's in Florida, but... Yeah, Coleman's in Florida, but I remember when, I think it was Katie's second trial, they brought him from Arizona. So he's in Arizona, he's done with the Latin Kings, you know, maybe there's a Mormon in the prison who said, listen, have you heard of Legal Shield? Because when you get out in like 9 years, we think you're going to be lead salesman of the Southwest.
The 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman, I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. It usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or the, you know, her parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense. And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket,
Oh,
but she told me she did.
same airline, same
So
flight.
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation, because we had a discussion about getting our seat.
Even during the interview, he's having these ideas and perceptions. As a matter of fact, I don't even know that she did buy a plane ticket. He's brilliant. I don't get why there's not the majority, it's definitely the minority, but there is a significant portion of people that watch this very video and come away complaining about this guy. Like, oh, he was weird, he was so jittery, and he kept going through his bag, and what did he have in there? You know, it's like, what's your fucking problem? The guy did an amazing home run of fucking observation, behavioral analysis, and, you know, Dan Rashbaum loves to talk about fucking puzzle pieces. This guy did the puzzle blindfolded. Didn't even look at the box. You know? Put it all together. And then showed it to General Isom. I mean, it's amazing. I've never seen anything like it, right? I don't know why some people have a problem with this guy. And find a way to you know, what's the word? Like completely ignore all of the amazing insight that he's producing, and focus solely on the thing that they've chosen not to like about him. Oh, he was so he was chatty. He was so chatty in the interview. He was a motor mouth. He couldn't stop talking. I don't trust him. What is wrong with these people?
Seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually, but I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th.
Exactly.
To pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I'll miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, I said, if you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special...
Okay, why not adjust the flight or adjust the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, you know, going backwards, the 11th would should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that
No,
time.
I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
All right,
So three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is?
Michelle says, Debbie Gibby, I'm worried the Latin Kings might have someone take him out for being an informant or a snitch. I sure hope not. Out of all of them, I actually like him. Isn't it amazing? I like him too. Isn't it amazing how the general consensus, I think more people like Luis Rivera than Jeff. You know, and Luis is very charming. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem. I'd leave my kids with him. I'd invite him to my house for Christmas. You know, I wouldn't have a problem with any of that. You know, I wouldn't leave my kids with any of the Adelsons. But Luis Rivera, yeah, for a full weekend. Full weekend. I'm going to Key West. I need you to watch my kids.
This? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine, because you know.
Yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday?
Early on Friday.
What does early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go up to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon, yeah.
Okay.
That changed, but that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that.
The line about Wendi saying to Jeff, the kids should start calling you daddy, actually occurred before the murder, Michelle. So, you know, while they still had a dad, you know, she was saying to him, you know, maybe you shouldn't get that Jeep because it's only got 2 seats, and we've got the car seat, we've got the, you know, the boosters. The kids should start calling you daddy, you know, just laying it on. I mean, she wouldn't have told that to the children. That was just to, you know, get Jeff into a place where he was malleable, moldable. Throw him a bone. Give him what he wants, you know. He says that she knew how much he wanted to be a dad, and she weaponized her children and his paternal, you know, desire against him.
That's so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And
Christina says, I wonder if the Markels are satisfied with Lewis's sentence. Yeah, I really don't think, I think they completely understand I mean, you know, Lewis's testimony has been instrumental, you know, for sure. Yeah, and, you know, absolutely. I think they'd even be all right with Magbanower getting out at some point if it gave the you know, the real person that the Markels want to pay for this is the one that's still out in society, Wendi. You know, if you said to Ruth and Phil, listen, you can either have everyone but Wendi in prison, or just Wendi and no one else? What do you think they'd do? I know what I'd do. Should we put that to a poll? I think we should put that to a poll. How do we word this? Let's word this like, what would the Markels prefer? Everyone but Wendi in prison, or just Wendi in prison, or let's say only Wendi in prison. Everyone but Wendi in prison, or only Wendi in prison. Now let's word it like, well, yeah, you guys get it. I'm trying to make it for a 5th grade level. I should have made it for a 3rd grade level, or a 1 grade level. I'll be interested to see the results of this poll. Please vote in the poll at the top of the chat, guys. What would the Markels prefer? Everyone but Wendi in prison, or only Wendi in prison? If it had to be, just imagine that it has to be one of those choices. There's no middle ground. Donna, Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo, Luis, they're all released. But Wendi gets a life sentence in Supermax. It's going to be an interesting poll. Please vote in the poll.
She had sent me in, had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that. She sent you an email or something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that, I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly, they can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're really...
Oh. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny's shot. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Any questions you want to ask? And I know I talk fast, and I...
Just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So, in June, these are just my impressions, but it was 5 or 6 times in June. I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life.
We had a good family life. Hey, this is interesting, Maria. Maria's brother got locked up in Tallahassee in 2022. Said he never met Charlie, but ran into Luis Rivera at some point. Prisoners have total respect for Tata. Yeah, the guy knows his way around the system, the jailhouse system, it's like, he's not gonna, the Latin Kings might be wanting to get him, but I think probably not. I think he'll be okay. You know, if it was 1990, different story. Things change with that whole code of silence thing. It's a lot less prevalent than it used to be.
Terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her. Nice family life.
You're at her house out on
Every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqueduct Ridgewood, Wayne, yeah, nice house. So, 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendi would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she's like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, "What's wrong?" And she'd say, "Nothing's wrong," or make up some bullshit story. And she lied so much it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react, you know? She made a choice, but...
That's late June.
That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or two at a time. And I mean, Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates the world. But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Dan Ossack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. You know, in the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, not. But she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay.
I did. Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale. And
okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say I killed Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, get serious here. Are you going to be here?
Fucking hell, Maria, your brother got life without parole? What the hell did he do? Was it on TV? We should cover Maria's brother.
She hated it so much, I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? It was, I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she didn't. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. She was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before, you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember it. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that. At the time, I'm trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, Charlie's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not mine.
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So
she just, she's talking about Danny. She's completely...
Where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
Late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah,
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what? This might have even been. This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that the date. And she's talking about Danny because that's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being; he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue, and I said, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, Charlie did look into it.
That's one of the best pieces of advice uttered in this entire case, Wendy's obsessing over making the situation, Dan, the kids, the location, everything needs to be on her terms. All external things, right? Outside of herself. Other people, places, attitudes, everything. That is the most fucking pointless headfuck of an endeavor that there is. It's not even worth doing. You can only change how you feel about a situation. If you can do that, which is easy because you have total control over yourself, if you stop insisting on having control over others and instead use the control you have over yourself to change how you feel about something that's fucking bothering you, like Dan, like split custody, like the location, this whole mess would have been avoided. But, it's a bit of advice that can be applied to everybody in any situation. And I don't know why stuff like that is not fucking taught properly in school, because it helps people. If you can get that, you can avoid a lot of fucking stress and misery in your fucking life, But they don't teach us, do they? You have to go through years of shit before you finally work it out yourself. Everyone should just listen to what Jeff said. I mean, it's great.
He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, say, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue, and I said, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, Charlie did look.
Yeah, she didn't like that advice, Jeff. It was either that or kill him and have everything I want on my terms immediately. And we all know what she chose, right?
into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
15,000?
That's right. Seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
It's. I want to make sure I understand
yeah,
this
please.
completely. So, June. What was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably. I think it's closer to July. Between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, Charlie
Charlie did actually look into having him killed last summer, and he was told it would cost $15,000. And one of Charlie's
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000, and that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. Wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. Well, that means her and Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've done that a lot in your life. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing.
When I first watched this interview, I had never heard that kind of, what would it be called? A paradigm summed up like that, That, she tells you half a truth instead of half a lie. And I didn't even get it like the first time I watched it, but the 50th time I watched it, I was like, oh yeah. And then I remembered seeing people do that. And then I started to see it all the time in others, you know what I mean? It's a thing that people do. They'll say half a truth instead of half a lie. And Isom, nuggets, little snacks of thought to take home from Isom. Maybe we shouldn't call them snacks. But yeah, that's really good. Tell you half a truth. Look out for it in your lives, people. People that tell you half a truth instead of half a lie. It's a tricky one.
In high-stress situations, but gives you this half-assed version. So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is 15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There was nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
Oh, you didn't.
What am I going to do, call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know,
No.
The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged, and it looked like it was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. A guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator Hale.
Okay.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. all of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I felt at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not.
This is a really good comment, Christina. Christina says, you need to study criminal psychology and true crime for years until you understand the criminal. Then you can better understand yourself. You know. That's why I like it, you know. That's why I am not a big fan of doing these sensationalism, latest update stuff that a lot of channels do. That's not why I'm here. You know, it's a journey of self-exploration. You know, we're gifted with these stories, you know, and I only really like the ones that I can somehow relate to. You know, people sometimes say to me, hey, do you want to cover Taylor Shabusiness, the meth head in Green Bay, Wisconsin, that chopped up her boyfriend and put his head in a bucket, which his mother found, and she hid his fucking cock in the brick of the wall or something? And I'm like, well, you know, on a personal level, you know, that there's not really much self-searching I can do with that one. You know, it's like there's not a good deal of reflective analysis for myself or people that I associate with, so I think I might skip it. I do quite like seeing her in court though, when she's attacking her attorneys. That's, you know, she just grabs a ballpoint pen and tries and stabs her defense counsel in the eye. Yeah, but that's just a freak show, isn't it? I mean, yeah, I really only like the cases where there's something in it that reminds me either of myself or someone in my life or, you know, something like that.
To develop like a hindsight bias, I checked back in with my friends. What did I say? I said, you said in June it felt like Wendi was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why didn't you just...
And I think that's partly the reason that the Adelson case is so popular, because we've been, you know, it's so long, it's got so many players, there's been so many trials, there's more coming, and, you know, there's so many characters involved that the pool of people that watch is bigger, right? And because there's so many characters that there are more opportunities for people to find a character that has, you know, for example, people that have a controlling narcissistic mother, you know, might follow it because they can, through watching Donna, they can analyze their own childhood or ongoing relationship or something like that. And then, you know, there's Wendi and there's Katie and Charlie. There's all so many, you know, characters with different aspects to them for a wider amount of people to find something that's reflective either to themselves or some event in their lives. I think that's partly why it's got such a great following.
I got with you. She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly.
Move in, Jeff.
She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
Hey, Paul Dalnocki. The link to the no commentary version is in the description for the video if you prefer that. But you're so rude. You're so rude, Paul.
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to
I
this right
understand.
now.
I understand.
Did Wendi want Jeff to off Dan? Well, I'm sure if that had come up, if he offered and just said, all right, give me his address. I know where to get a gun. Give me his address. I'm going to fix this up right now. He's a dead man. I'm sure she wouldn't be stopping him,
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate it. Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's
is
in
the-
July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after?
Danielle Savoy says, yes, that's exactly what the appeal is for me. I have to be able to relate to them. Yeah, it's just the ridiculous cases or just senseless, gruesome cases, or saying that, I have followed a couple of what do you call it, child murder, what was that guy's name, Christopher McNabb out of Georgia, and those two knuckleheads in Ohio. I forget the name of those two. That prosecutor was brilliant, though, in closing argument. We must cover that at some point. But I don't really relate to child killing. But yeah, in general, I'd say we have to be able to relate to them. But not everyone's like that. I get that.
Or what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
It's okay. No, it's not a fault. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding.
Preceding
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendi, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
Brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going. What's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic.
All of a sudden she wants me to what, Jeff? Finish your sentence. All of a sudden she took out this leather mask and asked me to put it on.
Behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, get to.
If you break up with your boyfriend, would it look weird? Would it look weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot? Would it look weird for who? That was unclear what it meant by that. I don't know. I want to know what the porn star Wendi thing was all about.
Mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And we went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, you know, the last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Assume that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her, and we finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee, then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. Right? So the only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her, I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's name's all through it, so can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation,
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and that his name's not very clever. I mean, it's the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Sack dinner, And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace that another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and to put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway,
She conceded that she fucked Daniel Sack, and then 45 minutes later, fucked Jeff. I mean, come on. That's rough, man. And the whole thing about leaving the day planner out on the table, Daniel Sack dinner. That's so intentional. That's so obviously intentional, right? Why? Because she needed Jeff to, she would have fucking loved it, right? If Jeff had grabbed her, maybe bruised her arm a little bit, maybe slapped her, something like that. I mean, maybe she borrowed Amber Heard's bruise kit when she went and had the conversation with Jane, Oh, you've never seen him like that, Jane. He was a completely different person, Jane. He's jealous, Jane. He grabbed me. Look at my wrist. It's all red. Why? So that Jane could later come into the interrogation room, or failing that, at some point speak to police and be the first one to mention Lacasse's name, so that it didn't look so. Wendi couldn't have that information come from her, because if it came from Wendi, it would be consistent with and an indication of Wendi setting up Jeff. And if Wendi is setting up Jeff, she knows about the murder. Right? She left the planner out on purpose because she knew she'd just been down to the Hilton in Orlando for another sex trip. Left the GPS, right there. He can go through the GPS. I mean, little breadcrumbs. Being blatant, baiting him to look through her stuff. And then what does he find when he looks through her stuff? It's packed with notes about meetings with Daniel Sack. Very clever, Wendi. But we've worked it all out, Wendi. So, have fun with that.
Pretty angry with her. You may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough. They ended up apologizing for that. Because,
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little
I
embarrassing.
just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's all I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahul and other men. Yeah, and I said, we stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know have cheated their wives in this town? Right. Let's be realistic here. Right. I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. And by the way, I'm not...
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had two, what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. Where I said, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. And I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and
Yeah.
after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot.
Michelle says, metrics, a leather mask sounds tame compared to what I was thinking. Yeah, but you're Italian, Michelle, so we can't compete.
If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you're not a sociopath, you must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men, actually. She was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I've never seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was...
What kind of... I
said, there was this one night where you said you were at a book club. I know you weren't at a book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
She's rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it...
I was really drunk that night. I had a really good time that night. Yeah, I sucked off 8 guys at once.
But it was just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, Jeff, I'll just be simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendi. Wendi loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, one of the reasons I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy be looking at us. I was like,
What are you doing there?
Like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else?
Okay.
That kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that she, I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that, I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hill kept calling Danielle Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Danielle Sack.
People keep mentioning borderline personality disorder. Let's go through some of the traits. Borderline personality disorder traits. Yeah, the one I always remember is fear of abandonment, and I don't think she has that. Oh shit, what was it called? Here. Signs of BPD. So, what do we have? We have strong fear of abandonment. Well, she abandoned Dan and Jeff and her mother and her brother. I mean, I don't see where the evidence is of strong fear of abandonment and how that looks in a BPD context. Unstable relationships. Well, yes, certainly. Poor or distorted self-image. Yep, I'd say so. Dangerous or impulsive behaviors. Yeah. I guess committing murder would fall under that category, and Jeff said something about that as well. Reckless behaviors. Self-harming or thoughts of suicide. Don't see any of that. Rapid mood changes. Oh yes, definitely. Distrust of others, especially authority. Yeah. Anger issues, absolutely. Disassociated feelings. Disassociated feelings. What does that even mean? Borderline personality disorder can be characterized in several ways, some of which can differ from one individual to another. In general, extreme emotional responses and a binary view of the world are among the most pronounced symptoms. So yeah, she has most of them. I don't see self-harming or thoughts of suicide, and I don't see strong fear of abandonment, but all the others, she's medium well or well done in the stake analysis, in the stake score. We should start giving everyone a stake score. That should be our thing. What other personality disorders do we think she might have? We can check. We can check the symptoms. Wait till we get our DSM-5. That's going to be great for the channel.
It was one of the
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was SAC was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, then she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He's in
something.
Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months.
Horn dog syndrome. I like that. Horn dog. I think we've all got a little bit of that, right?
There where
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He was
May of 2014?
May of 24. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Yeah, I know, Maria.
SAC went to Massachusetts.
Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
way.
prior to?
Well, I walked in on them having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee.
He was
okay.
leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendi are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Miguel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. I mean, it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's her narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I hate it when that happens. Where were we? Maybe there?
March on. Before that, I knew
Right.
I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly.
Right, while we're finding that place, let's have a look at narcissistic personality disorder. So we've got inflated self-importance. Yes. Self-absorption, yes. Grandiosity, yes. Lack of empathy, yes. We're going to have a fucking perfect score with this one, I think. What else? Pretentious and arrogant behavior. Yeah. Feelings of victimization. Yeah. Fragile self-esteem. Yaha. Inability to handle criticism. Yes. Lack of intimacy. Well, what kind? Like genuine. Social withdrawal. Maybe, but not really. I mean, she's described as a social butterfly. Emotional dysfunction. Yep. Mental disorders. Yep. So pretty much all of those, maybe not social withdrawal.
The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, one of the reasons I got suspicious. You know, I go to yoga. Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you have water, I'm going to try it. I'd appreciate it.
Everybody leave a like on the video if you don't mind, that would be great. And support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Pinto, how you doing? Someone said in the comments earlier that they couldn't believe that Tallahassee PD let Jeff sit in this room with his own bag. Like that was a danger, like a security risk for Ison. Like Jeff is going to pull out a gun from his satchel and shoot the lead detective in a building full of cops. You know, I didn't get that. He's not a suspect. Why would they be worried what he has in his bag? He's come in to give a statement to help the investigation. It was a strange comment, but we do get those sometimes. Jealous Jeff. Buy coffee. Buy coffee. Best way to support the channel. She's right. She's absolutely right. I would skip this, but I really like watching him sit in a room on his own. Carrie Ann, thank you so much, Carrie Ann, for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Congratulations, Carrie.
Thank you so much.
Try not to spill that.
What a fucking cup. A fucking polystyrene cup of tap water. You got no fucking Evian. Nice chilled Sub-Zero fridge. Well, not Sub-Zero, but you know what I mean? Like a really cold bottle of Evian that you would be handed at, you know, an exclusive golf course. You know, I once was in a hotel in London and I asked for a water, an ice water. And behind the bar, like at the back of the bar, they had this huge block of ice. And for my ice cube, for the water, this bartender, one of the bartenders, thank you so much, Christina, for the coffee. Cheers to Jeff. Thank you, Christina. One of the bartenders went with this huge saw and just started sawing the ice, right? And eventually ended up with a piece of ice that was the right size to put into my glass of water, right? And I said to the bartender, what is that? You know, why are you doing that? Have you heard of ice cube trays? You know, and they said, this piece of ice is from a glacier in Alaska that we had flown in. It's 10 million years old. The last time that this water was liquid, or whatever the number, it was a big number. The last time this water was liquid, this ice was liquid, the fucking, whatever he said, the dinosaurs were here, or some crazy thing. And I was like, okay, so will I notice the difference? You know? Is it cold? That's all I need to know. But actually, I did notice the difference. And I'll tell you something. I had never tasted anything so bright than the subtle, miraculous bloom of a piece of Alaskan glacier from 10 million years ago. It was very good.
Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27th to 29th.
All right, 27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville.
Mm-hmm.
You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And, oh, you at a hotel or something?
Mm-hmm.
And so, did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically.
Yeah, we all heard that yesterday. Fucking hell, give me a gun. Someone give me a gun.
Basically saying, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this guy.
I said, I know about Daniel Sack. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you
Yeah,
not?
but I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No. But I mean, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I knew who he.
Oh, here's the line for all the haters, all the Jeff haters out there. Your line's coming up. Make sure you focus in on that and ignore all the other great things he says.
Recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly.
Ah! Stalker! He's a stalking, psycho, obsessed, needy professor.
So I looked him up.
All right.
In that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person.
I know, right? C-Star 3611. Give the man a decent bottle of water. If I was coming there, spending 3 hours doing the police's job for them, that's taken me 8 months of study, and when offered something, I ask for a simple water. And if what happens next is that General Isom comes in with a little fucking polystyrene cup of room temperature Tallahassee tap water, I'm going to be pissed.
Friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
The what
this.
now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web.
Okay.
She wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And I tell you what, ethical, humanitarian, philanthropic, I'm always cautious of that. And it sounds bad, doesn't it? Because maybe some people really want to just do good in the world and help the less fortunate and so on. But, it's also the perfect cover. Those child molesters, a lot of them go to church, right? A lot of them go to church. And all, that sort of stuff. What's the black guy that was killing all the hookers in, where was that? I think it was up in somewhere northeast, maybe. He was like pillar of the community, church going, for decades. For decades, helping, with the whatever it is that they do, soup kitchens and all sorts of stuff, helping the community. But at night, what's his name? It was the something creeper. The something creeper. Anyone know? Let us know in the comments if you know who I'm talking about. I think it was a black guy. I think it was in the northeast. The something creeper.
She couldn't handle it, so she
Oh! Just before we get going, thank you so much, Michelle, for the a little something for you and soap on this lovely Sunday night. Thanks for the great commentary. You're so welcome, Michelle. It's always so nice to have you here.
Her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was.
But I thought, and you're just going to have to bear with me
Sure.
as far as I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position.
Yeah.
She's demoralized.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me. Is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people. I wasn't ready, this kind of stuff.
I want to sexually experiment with people. I wasn't ready.
The next minute, I never did that.
I never did that. I never said that. Mind fuck. You know. When that sort of stuff starts to happen, it can be incredibly unnerving, right? Because you start to think, okay, this person that I thought I knew is fucking certifiable insane. If it were me, I'd get in my car, I'd drive away, and I wouldn't stop until daylight, until sunrise. Go to a busy, populated place. Keep moving, always keep moving.
I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what you just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand, because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Let me go back to this special forces guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tennessee in the house. How are we doing on our map? We've just got 5 more states to go. Alaska, Wyoming, North Dakota, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire. Yeah, let us know if you're in a gray state so we can finish this off and head north. Head north to Canada. We're going to bust through the border and we'll be a free man.
So, are you Charlie's friend on Facebook? Or?
I was.
You were.
I was. It wasn't until all this stuff happened, and then I befriended everybody that was associated with Wendi.
Histrionic. We'll have a look at that one in a second, Maria.
Well, I thought.
Okay, but when you were on the Facebook, a friend on Charlie's Facebook page, you're saying that this guy that you knew as being a special forces, ex-military, psychopath, whatever.
Yeah, by reputation. Yeah.
Okay, by reputation. Did you ever hear a name being called?
No, there's pictures of him and Charlie together on the page, though.
Okay.
Pictures of him and Charlie together on the page. Sorry to keep interrupting, but we need to check a brand new personality disorder. Histrionic. We've got to keep Amber Heard in mind for this one as well, huh? Oh, yeah. Hang on. So, histrionic personality disorder. Diagnosis criteria for the disorder require meeting 5 or more of the following persistent behaviors. Wendi. Needs to be the center of attention. Yep. Seductive or provocative behavior. Abso-fucking-lutely. Shifting and shallow emotions. Yeah. So we've got 3 already. Uses appearance to draw attention. I guess that's her attempt. Impressionistic and vague speech. Impressionistic and vague speech. What does that mean? Impressionistic. Based on subjective reactions presented unsystematically. Well, that clears it up. Fucking hell. In the style of Impressionism. No, that's painting. A personal and impressionistic view of the war. Based on subjective reactions presented unsystematically. Example. Impressionistic speech refers to a style of speaking that is vague, lacks detail, and relies, this is like her testimony, and relies heavily on generalities and emotional impression rather than specific facts or information. It's often characterized by a theatrical or dramatic tone and can be associated with conditions like histrionic personality disorder. Okay. I guess she does do that, right? A style of speaking that is vague, lacks detail, and relies heavily on generalities and emotional expression. So when she's doing her baby voice, and I call my friend Joey, how are you doing? That's impressionistic speech, right? She's doing an impression of a fucking 3-year-old. How are you doing? Dramatic or exaggerated emotions. Yep. So we're in with this. I mean, she is the fucking dark triad of personality disorders, isn't she? Borderline, narcissistic, histrionic. Suggestible, easily influenced by others. You see, Jeff said this earlier on, and I don't think she is. Where has she been influenced? To move to Tallahassee? Maybe? I think she pretends this one. The Charlie saying, don't buy the house. She was never going to buy the house. But she allowed him to think that she was easily influenced by him, because that would give him the illusion of control and make her moves against her brother Charlie less easy to spot. I don't think she's suggestible. Can anyone give me a good example of Wendi Adelson being suggestible or easily influenced by others? Donna telling her to get with Dan on J-date because he went to Harvard, and maybe, but what about really in the time of the murder? Jeff wasn't influencing her at all. Anybody got an example? Yeah, Christina shares my thinking. She says, no. All right, what's the final trait? Thinks relationships are closer than they are. Again, not really. Relationships to Wendi are just, something she uses to get what she wants from people. So we've got 6 out of 8 for sure, and then 2 that I say not really. But 6 out of 8 is still a high qualifier. What did we need? We needed 5 or more. So we got 6. So she qualifies. She's histrionic. She's histrionic as fuck.
Do you have any of that saved?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you describe the guy?
I couldn't. I mean, he's a big guy. He looked like a
Tattoos.
Tattoos, looked like an ex-ranger or something. And Charlie doesn't have that many friends. It can't be that hard to track down because there's like this foursome of them that hangs out, and my memory is that he is part of Charlie's crew.
The inner circle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And certainly Wendi talked about him a lot. She'd heard a lot of stories, So
But you can't recall a name?
I can't.
Nickname?
there's all these crazy, and I can't remember the stories, but all these crazy stories when these guys were drinking and partying, but all stories like that, you know, drinking stories and things like that.
Okay, was there any other, so this was just what you're seeing on Charlie's page. You didn't have interaction with this guy directly?
Never met him. Wendy talked about him periodically because she found him amusing. She'd met him a few times.
And what was?
He's crazy. I mean, you know, but in a fun way. It wasn't like negative. And I mean, if Charlie arranged a killing of Dan Markel, I don't know that it would be that guy. He was just the first guy that popped into my head. Like, well, that's got to be something I was looked at. I mean, you know.
So you're basically putting this guy's face as someone who would carry out the wishes of Charlie.
Yeah, because these guys are close friends, is my impression through Wendy. Also, this show looked like somebody who had done this before. This guy's reputation is that he was doing building-to-building combat in Fallujah or whatever, so it wouldn't be a new thing. So that's why it popped into my head.
Okay, was there any, you know, and we're just talking, but was there anything that would lead you to believe that this person had committed something like this before?
No, not at all.
So it wasn't like, you know, here's G.I. Joe and got 40 kills under his belt or anything like that?
Oh, I think there was. His reputation was of a combat-hardened veteran that had seen real stuff.
How is a periodontist or whatever, Charlie? Is some type of specialized?
He's a periodontist, that's right.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a con man. He is really good with women. He's one of those con man, womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that like went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way.
Hey, if everyone could just take a second and leave a like on the video, that would be really cool, guys.
Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into
So what do you think, Jeff? You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendy right here as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but...
Catch up, I assume that is what we're doing, okay? That's exactly what he's saying.
had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher.
Okay, Carolyn Johnson wants us to check bipolar. Bipolar coming up, Carolyn.
I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July, but I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May, you know, I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. I got a couple, can I give you a couple other things first?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple others, just two other suspicions.
Let me just, before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, it would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going for right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah. You know, she says,
she's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on a date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I was so I'm so distracted by all this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on that bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Danny killed. But at the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel Sack stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendy, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on a relationship pretending like this didn't happen. It happened. So she doesn't know how to... Danny's the only real relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. This happened. And she seemed to find that devastating. Back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this. Does your friend Steven know about this? Like, Jesus, you know.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
that you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back at her house. Yeah, and didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendy, and I told Investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I say, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd walked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So
where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So I went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there at yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, you know, I love you. I don't know what else to say. And she goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not what you want.
So, I love you. And she goes, I know.
Yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism.
Yeah.
So I said, I literally went, okay. And I just turned to leave. And I told Hale this, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday?
Are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? You going to be leaving about 11 a.m., Jeff? You going to be taking the route out of town that's right up Thomasville, going through Benton Hills neighborhood? Yeah? Is that what you're going to be doing, Jeff? Just checking, you know. I know it's going to be during the week of no contact that I'm about to ask you for, but I want to know what you're doing Friday.
And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? It's obvious.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air, because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
I got out of yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. It just was bizarre. I was like, well, you know, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
And I'm going to read this aloud. So if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment,
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean, it's...
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that
Yeah.
not true? I mean, okay, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right, you're 16 days apart, then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, you make when she's making this statement on you're saying the Monday,
Yeah.
which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay, and then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your...
That was part of the conversation. It was a constant conversation about Danny is awful, Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where like.
But you're saying that, I mean, there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. I mean, that's nothing.
No, I know, but
he's got petty cash at his office.
Okay, but was this like this option still available? Is that how it was?
It was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it, and it was going to cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this
Yeah.
from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more about it. I mean, a statement like this. Don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be like, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking about?
I got used to her craziness. That's
Okay.
to get her right. I mean,
All right.
she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendi says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit.
Right.
I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No, I don't want you to beat yourself
Yeah.
up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see. Is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, that's
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the
something
bathroom.
like, her bedroom or something.
Comes back out. It's all
And
okay.
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that.
Okay.
It was that kind of thing. So she sent me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. It said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she...
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet. It's still up in the air.
That's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all...
On Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me, because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing that dress.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark says, I agree that Wendi started acting like she was going to buy a house and it pushed her mom and brother to get this done. Wendi is very smart, at least smarter than her family. You know, I believe that theory was a Metrics original theory, which I'm pretty proud of, to be honest, because it's, you know, it's one of those details, like so many in this case, that just gets lost in the ocean of minutia, and it's just so much her style. What do you mean she was going to buy a house in Tallahassee? You know? Why would she do that? Other than as a tool to demonstrate to her mother. What does it say on Wendi's necklace that was obviously a gift from Donna? It's referenced in one of Donna's emails to Wendi. Donna says, remember what it says on your necklace. Never, never, ever, never, ever give up. I mean, I think it's 3 nevers. Or never, ever, ever. Yeah. It's, you know, do you see the level of determination that has been indoctrined into Wendi, that the Adelsons get their own fucking way? He wants kosher food at the wedding, does he? So all of his Jew friends can have a fucking kosher meal, does he? Yeah, is that what he wants, does he? Well, you know, why don't we just make it kosher style, huh? Why don't we make it kosher style? Then he'll know who's boss. And if he's got a problem with it, we'll act like it was just a miscommunication. And if he gets mad, he'll be the bad guy for getting mad, you know? They lay these traps all the time. That's another thing that these fuckers love to do. And when I say fuckers, I mean general people in the world that are like them, because there's many. Maybe not quite as much as these are, like, you know, high level fucking. But that thing that people do where they plan to fuck you up, and as their security, they know that if you get mad at them, they will be having they've got a pre-prepared way to spin your frustration so that you're the dick. You're the fucking dickhead, right? How did I get onto that? The house. She was never gonna, you know, never give up. Never give up, it says on the necklace. Wendi knew that. She's been told that her whole life. So what did she do to Donna? She demonstrated that she's given up on the case. Mom, I can't do this anymore. Danny's gonna win. I'm just gonna concede. I'll never be able to move to Miami. The judge is obviously gonna side with him. You know, I can't do this anymore, Mom. I'm fatigued from battle. I'm gonna give in, Mom. I'm gonna give up. You know, I'm gonna put down roots in Tallahassee. But you know what? I'm gonna buy a nice house for me and the boys, and I'm just gonna make the most of it because we're gonna have to do split custody arrangement in Tallahassee. I can't do it anymore, Mom. Wendi would have known, and I love that we have the necklace because it so neatly demonstrates, as if we needed any more evidence of this, but the house being a commitment and a symbol of Wendi, you know, giving up on the court case and the battle, and Dan's won. She would have known that Donna wouldn't have been able to handle that at all, right? It was the perfect way to make sure that Donna and Charlie pulled their finger out and got the job done on Wendi's time frame. The house was a threat. Once we signed the papers, yeah, she can get out of it, obviously, but she'll lose the deposit, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And it wasn't about the money anyway. It doesn't matter about the money. The point was that it was Wendy's way of saying, I'm done with waiting. If this isn't going to get done, I'm going to buy a fucking house here. And, you know, you'll have to drive 9 hours every time you want to see the kids. And by the way, if he's going to win the house battle, he's probably going to win the grandma court-ordered visitation only battle as well. So you'll have to drive 9 hours, and then someone from the court is going to have to be with you when you see Ben and Lincoln. You know, it was the perfect thing. And I think I was the first person anywhere on the internet to point that out, which is awesome. You know, now where's my award? Where's my commercial? If you want to reward us with a coffee, you can go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics and buy us a coffee. Buy us 100 coffees. You know, we deserve them. We deserve them for bringing that to the masses.
And to me, it was...
Was this address that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah, and it was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny's shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture because it...
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page.
Okay.
All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, I mean, she looks amazing in that picture.
Okay.
She's not even that pretty raw. That picture, I think her dad
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I think.
Okay, we've got to bring up that picture. Wendi Adelson, purple dress. I checked out the bipolar symptoms. Who asked for that? I think it was Carolyn. I probably think that's not. Oh, hang on. I need to just get this image like this. We can pull it up now, but yeah, I just had a quick look, and it doesn't seem to be very representative of Wendi. Okay, so this is the photograph of Wendi that Harvey photoshopped. I mean, you can't see the whole body in this picture, but you know, I just find it weird. It's such a titty picture. I mean, look at her fucking neck. What's wrong with her head? It's all crooked. She is a horrifying person. You know? She's the sort of woman that inspired Greek myths. Monsters like Medusa and you know, the other one. You know, people that just have such danger about them that they can only be explained by supernatural explanations. Despite, take out of the equation everything we've learned about Wendi over the years, all the exposure. If you just showed me this picture, I would stay 100 miles away from this woman. All I see is a threat, danger. And after hundreds of years of evolution, we've, that's just in us, isn't it, to recognize threats like that. I mean, I would be so happy to know that she was dead. I feel horrible that I've got to share this planet with this woman. Just die. You're so horrible. Should we have a look at the bipolar thing? I didn't really think it was very Wendi at all, really. But we'll pull it up. Shit. It's called Symptoms. Symptoms of bipolar disorder. So we got the manic symptoms, racing thoughts. I don't know if they're racing. Inflated self-esteem. Well, yeah, yes. Extreme talkativeness. Perhaps, yeah. The interview, the interrogation. Reduced need for sleep. Well, we don't really know that one, do we? But I'd say maybe, yeah. I'd guess. Feeling of euphoria. Difficult to say, really. Difficult to say. Risky behaviour, yes, okay. Depressive symptoms. Persistent low mood. It's hard to say. Because mixed with the other syndromes and whatever, there's a lot of masking going on with Wendi. Fatigue. I don't know. They're all sort of ones that are hard to see from the outside. Loss of interest in activities. Probably. Yes. Lack of concentration. You know what I mean? They're all symptoms that are difficult to spot from just viewing. Uncontrollable crying. Well, we've heard about that, yeah, but it's fake. Sleep and appetite problems. Probably. Okay. Well, I guess she does have a few of them. Quite a few of them.
So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. I found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says, talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar. If somebody was stalking would you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it? Mm-hmm. It's real strange.
It's a good point. Talk to so-and-so about Jeff stalking in your planner. Brings up a good point. actually. I've often wondered how Wendi kept all of the moving parts to this in her head, because she's not going to write it down. But of course, she wouldn't write it down literally. She'd write it down in coded suggestions that seem to be about other things, right? Little appointments, TV repair appointments, talk to this person about this or this person about this, and it actually means something else. I mean, that day planner, I hope they have that. I need like the Enigma machine to decipher, to de-encrypt or decrypt her day planner, because there lies the key. That would have been how she kept track of, you know, a lot of elements to the plan, I guess, by coded messages in the day planner that seem to be about one thing, but are actually, you know, only mean something to her, but little reminders in that day planner. I hope they've got that.
Especially since never did anything approximate. I snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I had any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
That didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that, probably, but
No.
I mean, why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know. She told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I don't know. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
Crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendi? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I knew. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work at FSU. I can't move. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target mostly. I'm not a shot. She also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene, which sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's implausible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad shoulder. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that.
Osteoarthritis.
But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess, that, you know, this was really a possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and then I'll answer your questions you have. I talked to Hale and I talked to you. One of the things that we might want to go over in a minute is when I talked to Officer Hale, I know you guys were under pressure. It was a crisis situation, as you were saying. But I was given...
If anyone wants to know about the microphone, it's arriving tomorrow from Sweden.
a list of the men that I knew Wendi had been involved in to some degree. And a lot of times it was just suspicion of sexual involvement. I didn't know, but clearly she talked to them about a lot, so it'd be worth looking at. And Officer Hill, or Investigator Hill, was very polite and kind to me, even given the situation. Just simply wasn't interested in the long list of names. He said we're looking for a degenerate. We're not looking for these kind of guys you're saying. And I should have been more assertive, but she doesn't hang out with degenerates. This is actually a contract killing. There's going to be rich, powerful, influential men. And so there's some names that you didn't even want to write down. So that's the one thing from a previous meeting that was a thing. Just to wrap up the Wendi thing, 10 days later, she texts a friend of mine and says, "Does Jeff ever even want to talk to me ever again?" And
Who was that?
To a Fran Gamori, who's a mutual friend. I was pretty certain she was involved in this too at this point. She'd been down to the house, visited with the family a couple of times since the crime, describes it as just a bizarre environment when you walk in the room, so secretive and weird. But I mean, that was just strange because she didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, and she by not contacting me, why would she say that if you guys told her not to? I don't want to get my own relationship stuff tied up with the crime stuff, but it's just strange. Called Officer Hale, said, "Hey, just so you know, Wendi has a key to that house on Trescott." So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation. How'd the guy get in, or I don't know, the crime scene details. But Wendy's constantly losing keys and rediscovering them, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, "I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life."
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. "Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this." He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said,
After Charlie said something, she wouldn't tell me what he said. We're going to have to put that theory out soon. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment.
that Charlie made a remark, and I just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you have access to text, you can find that. Yeah, that's what she called it. When she was just in town, she was cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off. She said the kids are having problems, but not because of Danny's murder. So the kids are peeing the bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say. Most people would say they're upset because of murder just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. The Tallahassee Democrat ran the story. They put, it must have been her worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Lacasse in the second row, sitting next to Stephen Tripodi and Fran Gamori. She was telling people, like, why would he do that? He hates Danny. The man died. It doesn't matter what I thought of him. He died. He's my colleague. And then lots of strange and erratic behavior. She mailed me back every gift certificate I ever gave her. Just came in the mail with no return address. Started dating a woman that Wendi knew tangentially. And once Wendi found out about that, she called her and made sure, I don't know what she told her, but that blew up on me. So there's this aggressive component that people don't often see. And then when she was just in town last time, she asked Fran Gamori, she's still painting me as a stalker. She said, "Do you think there's any chance I'll be giving my talk and Jeff Lacasse would come and maybe just attend the talk?" Or Fran said, she was actually irritated with her. She said, "Why would he do that?" I actually left town while she was here because I didn't, small town, I didn't want to run into her. I actually fear her. So that's my list of things, and when I go through all that in my head, I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it.
Okay.
And I got a list of men here. I don't know if you want to see that or not.
I'll take your list if I can read it.
Yeah.
Or else I'll write it over again.
Can I just tell you? I mean, that might be easiest. It's not that long. There's 7 entries.
These are
men that she spoke about a lot, and I don't believe she would be honest with you guys about this sort of thing.
she spoke to you about.
Yeah, and or I knew she was at conferences with, and or I suspected she had sex with. I still suspect her and Charlie did this, but I know you guys have to look at everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's Daniel Sack, there's Mehul Patel.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Sack?
Yeah.
S-A-C-K, right?
Yeah, just like it sounds.
Mehul?
Mehul Patel. Datel. There's Miguel Edmondson.
Edmondson?
Yeah, it's like Edmondson.
Here's the picture of Jeff that ran in the Tallahassee Democrat, of them at Dan's memorial. Why would he do that? Why he hates Danny. Why would he go?
There's two guys named Trey. They're different guys. One's in Destin as a real estate lawyer. One's in Orlando as another kind of lawyer.
Trey?
There's TRE.
Trey?
There's two Treys.
Okay, Trey, that's all you got, just first name?
First name. They're both Facebook friends with her.
Okay, one's
a real estate lawyer in Destin. And one's in... Actually, the other one I couldn't swear is a lawyer.
and another Trey, TRE.
Yeah.
And who's a what now?
I think he's in Orlando. I don't know his profession. I think he's probably a lawyer. Most of them are.
Okay.
There's a person I only know as a gastroenterologist, a GI doc in Miami that I believe she was seen in early July. He was at her house an awful lot right after the crime.
Here?
No, I mean in Miami.
Okay. In Miami, gastrointestinal physician in Miami?
In Miami. And I never heard of him until July. All of a sudden, it made me a little suspicious. All of a sudden, he's around in July. This happens, and he's around after the crime, too.
Okay.
So I wondered.
Okay.
Then there's these conferences she attends, and I don't want to be too graphic, but she comes back from, if you're interested in people that were obsessed or sexually involved, she comes back from conferences with slap marks on her ass. It's very obvious what happened to her at conferences. So she went to the British American Project conference in London in the fall of 2014.
After the death.
2013. Sorry, that's before
Okay.
the death. And there's a lot of rich, influential.
Man, it is so strange for me to imagine Wendi Adelson in London. You know, I wonder where she was. You know, I used to film all the conferences in London. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. So I know a lot of the venues. You know, and you know, it's quite likely that she was attending one that I've worked in. That's kind of strange. Look at this guy. So this is, what's his name? Darren K. Roberts, the Coca-Cola scholar who was also a coach for the Cleveland Browns. Mr. Cool. So she was doinking him. Look at that watch strap. Belt color coordination. Did that come as a set, or, you know, what? It's just Mr. Cool. Look at how involved he is with his presentation. You know, and that is what do you think, Michelle? Is that a $350 haircut, or did he just do that himself? He looks like he spends a lot of money at the salon. You know, he's got a diamond ring on each ring finger. Mr. Cool.
Guys there, and she goes to the Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta. There's this very wealthy advertising executive and an assistant coach for the Cleveland Browns that she was hanging out with there. I know this sounds crazy. How could they be involved? But those are men that...
And she told you about the Coca-Cola guy?
Yeah.
You got a name?
Just no rich guy, advertising agency, Coca-Cola. But he's at this conference in... when was that conference? April of 2014. She attended that conference. There wasn't that many attendees. And pretty sure she had sex with him. I don't know if that means he killed anybody. And it's the strengths coach for the Browns, I think. He's the Browns coach, Coca-Cola scholar. He's on there.
The guy that's the Coca-Cola executive is also the strength coach?
No, it's called Coca-Cola Scholars. It's a program,
Okay.
a conference. So there's two guys there. And Wendi had talked to me about having sex with multiple guys on multiple days, so I don't think you can say, well, she was at the conference, she was with Mahul, so she didn't have sex with this guy, So she was bragging about that at one point.
Okay, so I got Daniel, Mahul Patel, Miguel Edmondson, 2 trays, a GI doc in Miami, and at a Coca-Cola conference there was an executive and a strength coach for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, an advertising executive. It's actually from the biggest advertising agency in California or something like that. He's a really heavy hitter. He's a really wealthy man. The reason I mention that is you couldn't talk to Wendi for 10 minutes and not ever talk about her situation with Dan Markel. So I know one of the theories might be that someone took it upon themselves to do this and that I'm crazy and none of this is true. I don't believe that's true. I just want to give you every bit of
I'm with you.
information I can.
No, I'm with you.
I believe very strongly that she had something to do with it. There's too many coincidences here, and this is just the stuff where I felt like 100% confident I could tell you this is true. I had a lot of impressions, there's a lot of other stuff I could babble about all of it.
Too many coincidences here, and I don't see any reason at this point that Jeff would know about some of the peripheral coincidences like Wendy's drive down Trescott and maybe the context of her book. I mean, maybe he read that. I don't know. I mean, he was pretty into her. He probably read it and acted like he thought it was really good when really he thought it was a piece of shit, which it is. Yeah, I mean, he's talking coincidences. But General Ison will know about other coincidences and already be thinking there are a lot of coincidences. And then Jeff comes in after 8 months of, being not here and working on his report, for want of a better word. And he comes in with a bunch of coincidences. Even more. It's like General Ison's already got this huge sack of coincidences, and then Jeff Lacasse comes in and just tips another sack all over the others. It's just coincidences all over the place.
Just so I'm clear, when she went to this Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta, she met not just one but 2 guys. Is that what you're saying?
She talked a lot about, Mahul was at that conference.
Okay.
Mahul used to send flowers to the house. I'm sure they had an arrangement of some sort. And she spent Christmas with him in 2013 as well.
What does he do?
He's a rich guy in New York.
And that's all Wendi needed to know. He's a rich guy in New York. Okay, it's on.
Just a rich guy.
He's a banker, I think.
And this Sack, he was a professor, right?
He's a professor.
Which law?
No, he's English and humanities. I mean, I know none of these people pop out like, well, they're a killer, but I'd be shocked if Daniel Sack was involved. Daniel Sack never wanted to meet her kids, got nothing to do with her divorce or her family stuff. I can't imagine.
What about Miguel?
Miguel hated, I told investigator how this, Miguel hated Danny. She showed me texts about how much Miguel hated Danny. Miguel and her dated right before me. His relationship preceding us. They only broke up because he moved to D.C. for his job and could not be here. And she often talked about the fact that she could be with Miguel if she lived in Miami.
What does Miguel do?
Works for ExxonMobil as a CPA.
Yeah, right, Pinto. I mean, totally instrumental to what the case became. You know, if Jeff had not come forward, like many people, I don't believe many people would have put anywhere near as much thought into this. A lot of people would be thinking about themselves, right? You know, just wanting to move on or feel sorry for themselves or what. But he took it upon himself to find out, to piece together strange observations. And then when he started building that picture, he couldn't stop until he'd completed it, right? And once he completed it, or gotten as far as he could, he brought it to police. And that's amazing. It would have been, you know, there was so much that came from him. It really would have been a different case without. And Tamara Dempko. We're going to have to do Tamara Dempko next, I think.
CPA?
He's a heavy hitter in Exxon.
So Miguel Edmondson is a CPA for ExxonMobil,
Mm-hmm.
relocated to D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my handwriting is getting atrocious.
Well,
When you do this all day long, and then you pick up one of these, it doesn't work good.
Yeah, it's all school.
Okay. Went to D.C. and hated Danny?
Hated Danny.
What did the text say?
I can't remember what it said, but I remember Wendy going, look how much, because I did not know that she was still seeing Miguel. I believe that she was. She had one weekend, she went away, and she only stayed at her house, which was foolish given the game she was running, because like flowers and cards would come from other guys when I was at that house.
While you're there and she's gone?
Yeah. So a box of chocolates got them from Miguel, and I looked at the envelope, and you could sort of see something about last weekend, and you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, geez. So I think her relationship with Miguel was ongoing. I don't know to what degree, but she saw him in October of 2013. She went to D.C. and saw him. That's after we were dating, and I believe she met up with him a few other times. But she told me both Miguel and me she was interested in being in a relationship with, but they could not live in Tallahassee. So that was one of the other motivations for wanting to get out of here.
They'd have had the Prius leads even without Jim Geiger, you know. Absent Jim Geiger, say Jim Geiger never called it in, and the guy that Dan was on the phone with, the guy from the School of Arts and Sciences, never called it in. Eventually Dan's body would be found in the car by someone, and the first thing the cops would do is find out where he went that morning. Would have been pretty easy to discover that he'd been to Premier, where they would have seen the surveillance and the Prius parking in 5 different spots, following Markel, stalking Markel. I mean, then they go to the bus cameras. They'd have got the Prius anyway. I mean, you know, so yeah, Jim Geiger called it in and got the ambulance crew there and the cops there earlier than you know, just leaving his body to be found. But you know, it would have been pretty easy to get the Prius.
But Miguel had been in Tallahassee?
Even in New Orleans, even close enough, they could kind of see each other on weekends.
How'd they meet?
They met at the 2000. If you Google his name, the first thing that comes up, if you Google their names together, they both traveled Europe together in 2009. Wendi and Miguel. Yeah, he hated Danny though.
But give me a specific, Jeff.
Yeah, Miguel went to Europe with Wendi as a group of like 10 professors. He came to stay with Wendi when he came through Tallahassee, I guess. And he left early because he couldn't stand the way Danny talked to Wendi.
This is while they were married?
Yeah, this is 2010.
Okay.
I've always assumed the best of Wendi, that she was faithful to Danny, but Danny is described by her as very controlling and overbearing. it sounds like my experience, he's just trying to rein in his wife, who's not exactly the most moral person. That's my suspicion. But Miguel, per Wendi, Miguel he came to stay for a week and left after day 2. He says, I can't handle this guy. And the text, one time she said, look, Miguel just texted me, and I guess Danny did rile some stuff up, and he was trying to, that thing where Jewish women have to get it's called a get.
Yeah.
Danny asked for one, like, in July, and it was about that she should say, look at this, we'll go Miguel. It was something like, fuck Danny, or just something like that. I hate that guy, something like that.
Okay. Back to, I'm curious about this episode where she vomits.
Mm-hmm, me too.
Okay. She texted you that directly?
She called me.
She called you?
She called me and described it. Yeah.
When was this episode? Do you remember?
I can find out for you, but I don't remember. It was not too long after the crime. It was the celebration dinner.
And what was the celebration for?
That Danny was gone. That's how Charlie talks about Danny.
But I mean, you don't hear that firsthand. She
tells me that. She says we went out for what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
Because Danny's gone.
Mm-hmm. Hip hip hooray.
Did he say, look what, I'm assuming he didn't say, you're welcome, sis?
Nothing like that, no.
No, but they had a celebration dinner, and what caused her?
It sounds like something out of a movie, right? Someone does something they wish they hadn't, someone makes a remark, they vomit.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. But she puked on the table at a 5-star restaurant.
Okay.
Or at least a 4-star restaurant.
And she texted.
Gonna be putting out that theory soon, guys. Need to go and grab some of Yindra's interview and some stuff from Grish's channel as well. Gonna put that together, do a nice little presentation about the celebration dinner theory. Subscribe to the channel.
Did that?
She called me and told me that.
She called you?
Yeah, she did. We were still talking at that point.
Okay.
When I started dating that girl, that was it for us. We didn't talk after that. She was very hurt.
When you...
Holly, a get is, they call it a get. So I think correct me if I'm wrong, I don't really know, but it's in Judaism, you can't get divorced unless the man agrees or something. In Orthodox Judaism, something like that. Basically, it's like if someone doesn't want the divorce, then a get is to force that either by, violence or by economical threat. It's in a lot of movies. The get. If someone doesn't want a divorce, they go and make that person agree to the divorce, and that is a get.
You started dating that girl?
It was a long story, but long story very, very short. She said, she knew this woman, and she said, I should introduce you guys, because we decided, probably not going to be able to continue this, but it was in this limbo because of the crime. And I said, yeah, you should introduce us sometime. And she sent her an email to introduce us, but we'd already been dating. I didn't want to bother Wendi with that when she's dealing with a murder.
Right.
And she texted me scathing texts, like, I never want to talk to you again, and that was it. So it was super,
Are you still with this woman?
No. And then Wendi calls her the next week and makes sure, I don't know if Wendi called her or what she did, but they have some mutual friends. This woman, since shortly thereafter that conversation, this woman said, I'm not in.
Okay, well, AI tells us in Judaism, a get is a document of divorce that officially dissolves a Jewish marriage under halakha, Jewish law, halakha. It is a formal process where the husband grants the get to his wife, enabling both parties to remarry within the Jewish faith. The get is a written document prepared by a scribe and must be given and accepted freely by both parties. But that's the technical definition. But I think often it refers to achieving that document by threat of violence or, some business threat. We're gonna make it impossible for you to trade or something like that. But I'm not Jewish, so I'm just going on what I think I know.
Interested in seeing you any longer.
Okay.
So, which I thought was pretty aggressive. When I texted Wendi, I said, "Hey, put me through a lot of shit. Give me a break here. Just stay out of this, please." And she didn't. Very aggressive.
Let me go check on something. You good on water?
I'm good, thank you.
I like Mitch Hedberg says there's no such thing as a threat of violence. Well, I think there might be. I mean, the case that Dan Markel was involved in with those no-nonsense rabbis in New York, wasn't that what that was about? Gangster rabbis that were cutting people's cocks off if they didn't sign the paper. I'm pretty sure it happens.
still trying to get that photograph. I don't know if it's still going to be on his Facebook page or not. I just want to see if, I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it. At least it was the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
Photograph I recall was 4 guys like this.
Okay. Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wants
Oh, different handset?
Which is silly because they want to. You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically.
Right.
I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone?
So, in the days before his murder, Florida law professor Dan Markel was hired as a legal consultant in an explosive New Jersey divorce extortion case involving several Orthodox rabbis. Markel, who was gunned down outside his Tallahassee, Florida home on July 18th, had been in touch with Rabbi Martin Wallmark, one of 10 men arrested last October for conspiring to kidnap and torture Orthodox Jewish husbands who refused to grant their wives gets. You listening to this? Fucking that cunt in the chat, I had to just put him in a timeout. What was his name? I like Mitch Hedberg. There you go, Mitch Hedberg. Fucking prick. You know, he's like, well, that doesn't happen in real life. Maybe on The Sopranos that happened, but not in real life. It's happened in this fucking story. Let's read it again. In the days before his murder, Florida law professor Dan Markel was hired as a legal consultant in an explosive New Jersey divorce extortion case involving several Orthodox rabbis. Markel, who was gunned down outside his Tallahassee, Florida home on July 18th, had been in touch with Rabbi Martin Wallmark, one of 10 men arrested last October for conspiring to kidnap and torture Orthodox Jewish husbands who refused to grant their wives gets or religious divorces. Fucking arsehole.
Or the police bugging her phone, I guess, is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish warriors, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so...
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendi plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendi. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it.
You said something a minute ago, and
See you later, Debbie. Have fun mowing the lawn.
I didn't want to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but I know it was about something about Charlie getting shot.
Charlie getting shot.
Yeah, I thought she said something.
Charlie getting shot. You see what I mean about this guy? He's got chicken on the brain.
Something about. I thought you.
He's got brain chicken. He's the only investigator that suffers from brain chicken.
You were telling me that Wendi was up here or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you. And
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, how's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He is convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it.
Right.
He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
Head blown off.
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it, at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said I'm nervous, I'm anxious. I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This is really an atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson. She still hates Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would you be hanging on to anger? I mean, it's so... I can only think of one reason, to make the world make sense to you. But yeah, she was cracking jokes, which sometimes people deal with pain in that way. I get that. But, I mean...
How did she say it? How did he tell you she said it?
You might have sent me Oh, here's what she said. There was one just general joke, but I have the other text. He said, my favorite quote from tonight, I overheard Wendy saying, at least it didn't happen to Jeff or the kids or somebody I actually cared about.
Okay.
So that was the vibe. They split this town into 2 piles, I mean, it was a nasty thing. But people that aren't me, because I'm careful, I haven't told anybody the story like I've told it to you. I've told people I'm suspicious, that's about all I've said. They find her behavior erratic, bizarre, scary, and people who are very close friends to her are coming to the point where they're like, Jeff, I'm have people stopping in my office saying, Jeff, is there any chance, it's just not the Adelsons in Miami, is there any chance they had something to do with this? That's the weirdest family, the vibe, you walk in the room and something's strange. I know it's all subjective, but it helps me to hear that, because I feel like I'm a crazy person for the last 6 months. I've been waiting for you guys to arrest some vagrant, I mean, and those names I give you, I mean, that's so you can have all the data I have. Wendy with Charlie, I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Gary.
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people, obviously. Although I told a couple of people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So I tried to manage her. I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I'm going to be honest with you. 2 possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce, is drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? He said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, what I got myself into? Because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've gotten when I tell people what she's actually like.
Okay.
I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her? or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. And that was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendy was mostly upset about? And she told me this. The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that. Inside Edition will show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently you all have somebody, McPherson?
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendy?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendy in the 9 hours you guys interviewed Wendy.
No, she came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendy told me she was in the room.
Well, okay, let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room, I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up.
Gotcha.
And there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or not.
Jane was with her that day, and coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. They told me that Wendy and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that?
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were, and she basically made it sound like if you, and she's a confidant of Wendy. See, Wendy has told many people that I stalked her, that I falsely accused her of cheating on me, that I'm this very mean person, all this kind of stuff. And she has friends that are professors in other departments. She's slandered me pretty bad. So I just haven't responded to any of that. But I go to conferences and get weird looks from people. Anyway, Jane is the one that I was so puzzled because I'm a pretty gentle guy. I was always a really good father to those kids, essentially. I didn't understand anybody could think that, and I don't believe that Wendy could have possibly believed, like, why in the world would I go shoot Danny? Did I want to choke the shit out of her? Yes, but I would never touch a woman, and I haven't been in a fist fight.
You said, you just got through saying what I want to choke the shit out of her.
Yeah, her, not Danny.
Right.
There was a few times where I took a time out. I teach anger management classes, you know? I only raised my voice to her that one time because you couldn't. She would collapse.
Okay.
But Jane knows Wendy as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. That Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like, she's a Truman Scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee. You're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know.
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
What they
that
wanted
she
to.
was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually...
No, that is what she said. And not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the house. Then it was, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I could have went anywhere. So...
But it wasn't for her. And she made that clear to you, is what you're saying.
On a daily basis. You couldn't pull up to a movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. You know, her and Danny thought they'd be here a semester. They got stuck here. So...
And then and all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida. And she made that quite clear to you.
It was kind of cold, actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I heard that the FBI had maybe talked to her brothers. Oh, that's the other thing. Their brother Rob in North New York. I don't think he had anything to do with this, but something very weird about this family. There's some emails between us where when he visits the house, he doesn't even talk to the parents. There's just some sick dynamics where Wendy at one point told me that Dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun shy and, hair trigger. And then later I said, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in line, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, with your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI thing?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
That's what Wendi told you?
No, I think that's what Jay McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation's everywhere. You know?
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendi.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But he's like an outside, he's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically.
Okay.
And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And I just think there's, that's the other theory, which will sound super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami, they said to me, has anyone considered maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
You know what autism is?
Autism?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The dad and the brother Rob have this reputation of being like that. They everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people.
Okay.
She learned that somewhere. Pillars of the community. You get on his website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but Dad's polite. Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that Father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a wife. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like their hobby is hating Danny. It was like really strange. I mean, and I fell into this because Wendi could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put a. You said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendi was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary. You know who Gary is? Gary is a lawyer he's the one that offered Wendi the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013. He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job, and I wondered about him too. It's not sexual; it's more of a father-daughter thing, but they're close.
Gary.
I don't know his last name.
Where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and there are emails. I mean, she sent this document. She had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendi for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids? I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids." Wendi claimed that was stalking because he said, So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document, and at this point I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. And I said, this is an indictment of Wendi Adelson's character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon. It was interesting because she thought, like, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like, this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first she seems really together, and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this, and has no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could. I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she would pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smart way. I don't have any leverage, but. My experience with her was over time, she just collapses,
Okay. Well, I get I understand that, that you never heard Charlie say anything derogatory about Danny.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yes.
Did you hear him say anything in a threatening manner?
No. Well, I myself said I'd like to kill Danny Markel. I told you guys that because Wendi told me he was sated. I don't want to make it up. In that hot tub, this is what this family talks about. In that hot tub, I don't remember. He definitely in that hot tub, half the conversation was about what an asshole Danny Markel is. He was very heated up about it. He's a very intense guy. It was a little different than when I would say it, Bandito's burrito. I was like, someone should kill that guy. I'm so sick of his shit. Really, it was Wendy's shit. I was manipulated. The brother, they were married 9 years. They have 10 years worth of the bullshit to be upset about. And the rant and rave about how he handled the wedding.
How he handled the wedding.
Kosher versus not. Remember when he did that at the wedding? What? Sure. I mean, it's like their hobby. It's bizarre.
And I didn't have that written down. When was the hot tub conversation? That was right after the March 12th?
Yeah, it would have been like March 17th or 18th. It would have been the Sunday at the end of spring break last year. But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and that put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendi or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices and they can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategizing. He's figuring out how to make it work for him. But he was a special ed kid, I believe. He was very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendi. He had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendi and the kids.
Islam?
Islam or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
So they're not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're atheistic Jews.
Pardon?
They're atheistic Jews. Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally. They eat the food. These people don't have ethics or morals. I mean, they don't.
Okay. Immediately after the homicide, you came back. I'm with that,
Yeah.
and then you reached out to Wendi, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend, acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 in the morning. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation. Mostly just, I think literally she talked for an hour and a half and I said probably 30 words. I just listened mostly. It was real, she wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, and that could just be a relationship thing. Maybe she just, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you,
right.
I believe. And I don't know. I thought it was really strange not to, all my friends were texting with her. And she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. One of my concerns, tell me if I'm paranoid, is Wendy's no dummy. She knows I know all this stuff. Now, she may not remember everything she ever said, but if there's one person, what she told me at one point was, no one knows me better than you. I said, who have you been intimate with in your life? What people have gotten to know you? Because she's a very superficial person. She said, 2 people have ever got to know the real me, you and Danny Markel. So it's been kind of anxiety-provoking again what happened to him. But in that conversation, there was a lot of lying.
Okay.
And I thought that was, it wasn't like my feelings were hurt. She just had someone get killed. If she was literally a victim, I would just say, take as much time as you need. I don't care. But there was something weird.
Yeah, I believe it was a literal $1 million salary, Michelle. that she then turned down, which Charlie or Harvey had pulled some strings to get her into this law firm that their business was suing pharmaceutical companies. I mean, you can imagine how much money is involved in something like that. Fucking hell. That's your core business. Finding cases where pharmaceuticals, the biggest industry in the world, probably, or up there, finding cases where pharmaceutical companies have to give a payout. Yeah, that's going to be a good salary job, I guess.
Okay. Let me see if this picture's available or not.
Okay.
It may be off.
Behavioral difficulties. I mean, Jeff calls it special ed, but in Charlie's case, I just call it being a dick. I mean, he'll say ADHD. Charlie's like a German Shepherd, right? He always needs something to do. So, as he would say. Jota 2088, hello. He's doing a porn star Wendi impression. She turned it down because she said to Charlie that it wasn't an area of law that she was familiar with, and Charlie was saying, well, then it's a good place to expand your knowledge base, and try it for a year. If you don't like it, do something else, but at least you'll have expanded that knowledge base. But Wendy's not going to go into somewhere and receive training. Wendi would prefer to sweet talk her way into being the representative of a not-for-profit What was it? What was that stupid presentation she gave? It was something in Miami. No, something comes to Miami. What was it? You know, she wants to be on the board level of something that's getting funding. What's her job? Taking rich people to lunch and getting them to give funding. That's what she wants to do with her professional time. Not be a fucking go into a fancy office where she needs to be trained by someone else to do a job that, you know, she just would rather go and swan around with rich people over a lunch and talk about philanthropic endeavors that her not-for-profit is doing and sweet talk her way into taking a big fat check. And then go and do a terrible public speaking presentation with zero talent. Was it Hope Comes to Miami? Something Comes to Miami. It's not like she needed the money, Michelle. She's getting plenty of checks from Danny's death. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Her ego won't allow this, like, go in and know less than everybody there and be trained by probably someone younger and more attractive than you.
Okay. Obviously, if there's something else, you know, we can meet again.
I got one other quick thing for you, actually.
Absolutely.
Wendy was advancing her withdrawal schedule from the antidepressants much more rapidly than is safe, and she stopped. She told me this after the fact. She dropped off the med completely on July 14th.
Well, that's the. We determined that's the date that the conversation happened about Charlie and the 15,000.
That's right.
But she doesn't tell you till later on.
I just said, hey, how are the meds? And she goes, oh, I stopped those. I think the first day I was back, which was Monday, July 14th. That was her first day off of them. So she was off of them completely on that day.
Okay, so.
Which, by the way, people have impulse control problems at that point, so that might be why she said that. I mean, it's.
But she's telling you this when?
In August sometime.
Okay. She just stopped cold turkey? Or
I don't know. I just know that supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing
Okay. Okay.
Isom has a country music ringtone. I don't know what the lyrics were. Something about backward roads down south. Oh.
If I think of anything, I'll get back in. I actually had two quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media, before journalists are poking around looking at this case. And I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. I don't. They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
Okay. And that's what we're seeing.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, you at some day you may be called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second.
Yeah. Someday you may be called as some type of witness, or 8 times over a period of 2 decades. You're going to be attached to this case for the rest of your life, because we're going to take that long to bring the parties to justice. So we're going to grow old together, Jeff, you and me. Hey, how about every time you testify, I'll get us a bucket of fried chicken. How about that, Jeff? And we can shoot the shit.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. I mean, let's say it goes from here to an arrest to a prosecution.
I'm there.
And for some reason, your testimony is needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would. That's easy.
All right, but as far as anything prior to, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Does that set your mind at ease?
Well, mostly. The other question is, I was foolish enough to trade emails with Investigator Hale. Now, those, if the case ever does become closed, those are public information, are they not?
Is that the name of the song, Holly? Florida Georgia Line Cruise.
They would be considered public information, but they'd have to be, someone would have to request them, and for that it would be something specific they would have to request.
I just saw the ones that leaked from Jameis Winston and went, oh crap, is this going to happen to me? Am I going to be, you know what I mean? Because Hollis and I talk about her allegations of stalking in his emails. I'm like, oh great. So
I would not worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see a concern there. I don't know exactly what you and Hale.
I just sent that email that you showed me, and my header to it was, does this sound like someone who's being stalked? This is, I'm trying to work this out with you, maybe, or maybe not, but there's no mention of that. So.
I look at that as you were showing a defense for why you would not be.
One other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
No, that's true. That's
what I've basically gotten from you is this woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed.
There seem to be lots of hot girls in the video, Holly. Who was your neighbor, the black girl or the blonde girl? Whoa. And she's fixing an engine. I love that. I love when a woman has mechanical skills and is leaning way over in these short shorts. It's almost hypnotic. My God. And she's wearing a cowboy hat. She's got short shorts. What do you call a bikini top with no straps? Is it a wraparound? I don't know. She's got a bikini top with no straps, short shorts, boots, and a cowboy hat, and she's fixing an engine. Excellent. Fixing an engine of a classic car. Even better.
Her ex-husband.
No.
But she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th, right?
No, give you a thumbs up, and then and know what's going to happen. There's something weird about that date. So I don't think she doesn't have the skill to orchestrate it, but Charlie does. So that's correct, and
But you left on Thursday, and your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
My last conversation with her was on Tuesday. Right, an hour before that email where she says, look, I need a week.
No, on the email she says she needs a week.
Yeah.
An hour before she sends the email, she says, "Are you still in town on Friday?"
That's exactly right.
And you said, "I don't know, it's still up in the air."
Yeah.
But she did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did. But like the next day, I see Jay McPherson at work, and maybe there's all kinds of possibilities how she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they already came to town. Any just advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media? Because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to Investigator Isom.
Okay.
How simple is that?
That's it.
Yeah, go talk to Investigator Isom. Tell him what kind of car you drive. He loves to know that. Throw him a fucking chicken leg.
Okay. Yeah, don't you don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. There's nothing that. Yes, they have First Amendment.
Wow, she's your neighbor, Holly? And does she really fix engines? I'd never move again. You're a lucky man.
In their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects. That's how they do it. They show.
Nah. That would be. I don't think they're going to do that. There'd be a lot of. That could be libel. A lot. I mean, I don't have you listed as anything.
Yeah.
At this point.
Good.
Okay, so no, you don't. You should.
Technically, he's an investigator. For some reason, in Tallahassee Police Department, they're called investigators. Investigator Isom. Of course, we all call him the General.
Didn't have to worry about that, but if anybody approaches you.
Well, what's it called, Michelle? Wraparound. I thought that was a good guess. A bikini top with no shoulder straps. That's got to be a wraparound, right?
I've been in contact with the Tallahassee Police Department. If you feel like it's necessary to put a specific name, throw my name out.
Okay. It's a pretty juicy story. You can imagine that.
Oh, no, I realize that. I realize. Oh, believe me, there is a lot of extra crap around this whole thing that is really not making my job any easier.
I'm imagining. Yeah.
So, but as I've had to express to other people, my only concern is finding out who and why this happened. That's it.
Bando. I mean, how exotic. How exotic. I'm wraparound. You see, I'm just a fucking heathen. I'm a simple man.
Yeah.
They can talk about that in Hollywood for the next century, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my only concern. Who and why did this happen?
Okay.
The two things I wanted to get before you left was the girl, you mentioned her name, the one that you all are friends with. I tried to write it down.
Fran.
Yo, thanks so much, Amanda, for the whoop 2 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Maury?
Yes.
Yeah.
Franna?
It's Fran, F-R-A-N. It's actually Francine Gomori.
Scene.
C-I-N-E.
Gomori?
G-O-M-O-R-Y.
Jeff has now identified the need to spell out simple names for Isom to write down with his red crayon. On a napkin from the Waffle House. That's what I use as a notebook. He got a crayon from... You know when Isom goes to the Waffle House? And you remember those like placemats for children where it had a maze or something to color in or a word search? Or all of the above? You think he doesn't fill those out? Of course he does.
She's no
G-O-M.
G-O-M-O-R-Y.
Okay.
And she's actually my mentor's wife. She works with me. She's known Wendi since they got here in the Jewish community. She's been down to visit the house a few times since the crime, and when she hung out with Wendi when Wendi visited Tallahassee. And I remember, the Grossmans. That's something where Wendi stayed when
Right.
he was here. Was with.
Oh man, he made fun of your cut-offs. Well, there's no fear of that around here. No fear at all. In fact, I think they should be mandatory.
Val and Wynn.
Okay, so what, you have a number for Francine?
Sure I do.
Who's your mentor?
Tomi Gamoni.
Tomi?
Yeah, T-O-M-I. It's Hungarian for Tom. She's 212-6974.
That's an 850?
Uh-huh.
212-6974?
That's her cell phone, yeah.
Okay. Now, she's the one that you said went to South Florida, but you also said it was basically gave you some information about what she talked to.
Wendi was talking through her for a long time after the crime. So
Okay.
she's exchanged many texts with, Fran guided her through the whole divorce. Fran knew Danny. Fran was very skeptical of me when I first started telling her these sorts of things. At this point, because we're very close, they're like family. At this point, she's really worried that I'm onto something here. We all are,
So Francine.
It's Fran. She goes
Okay,
by Fran.
Yeah, I think it's just what they call them, Michelle, the detective or investigator. Different areas sometimes just change how stuff like that is called.
And
Good morning.
would be is basically someone that is close to Wendi, also close to you.
Yes.
That you and Fran have confided in each other about the concern over what involvement Wendi.
Yeah. It's not a public conversation you want
Right.
to have. So we've talked very in an unguarded way about this stuff, very frankly. I haven't told her some things. I've never told her that she said Charlie looked into having her killed. I mean, there's some things I just kept off the table.
Right. That's right.
But she knows my concerns, and she came back from those trips very disturbed by what
In the household.
Yeah, just intuition, but yeah.
She's not reached out to us.
I don't know why not.
It's the first time. I think you've referred to Tomi before.
Yeah.
I remember that, but this Fran and Francine is not.
You could call her. I don't know.
Well, I got to be careful because.
Do you want me to get her to get? Well, she just talked to me yesterday because she was on Facebook, and she got a message from Donna Adelson. She had a picture on her Facebook page of Danny and Wendi and a bunch of people at the table for some Jewish holiday 7 years ago. And Donna said, "Could you please take this picture down? It makes me sad." And Fran was like, "That's the most bizarre thing."
It's on Fran's Facebook page.
Yeah. So she's like, "Should I contact the police?" And I told her that seemed too casual and it didn't seem like it was worth contacting you. But she's willing to talk to you. Should I talk to her and have her call you?
Well,
If she's
but
willing.
then you have to divulge, that obviously, you've had a conversation with me.
No, she knows that. I told her. That's
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking out for your interest in
Yeah.
that part.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like.
The way I put it to other people is you just picked my brain because I knew a lot of people when he was involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
but I would say that if you could put a bug in her ear and basically say, why don't you call Investigator Isom
Sure.
and give him some of this information that we've been talking about, so it's coming firsthand,
Sure.
and because it's not right for it to come secondhand from me.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll do that.
Second person was you're at a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, and the guy that's sitting next to Wendi.
Stephen Tripodi, Tripodi.
P-O-D-I?
Yeah, Tripodi.
Stephen with a V?
Phen. his number I have too. And if you want, he's my best friend. I can just have him contact you. He knows all
That'd be
of this.
Give me his number anyway,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I know. I try to keep these people straight.
Sure,
This
sure.
list is getting quite long.
I know.
This is your best friend?
Here, at least, yeah. We known each other by 8 years. He has an Austin number. It's 512-736-8792.
So Stephen Tripodi is the guy with the beard sitting next to Jeff there.
By 127368792.
He's the one that introduced us.
Okay. To you and
And he knew Danny.
you're still friends.
We are. Actually, actually, it's funny. He teared up the other day. He said, "I wish I never introduced you to that one." It's not your fault, Steven.
And that's
Yeah.
okay.
This is no one should matchmake anyone ever. Okay, you never know. You know, fucking Chris Watts and Shanann. Someone set them up on a date. You know, I mean, God. I'd be like, why did I have to open my big mouth? I thought I was Cupid.
He's a local guy
Yeah.
now,
He's at FSU. He's a tenure professor at FSU.
professor of
Social work.
course.
Yeah.
It's either that or law.
Yeah, that's about all of it.
Okay. Yeah, if you could, next week, if those, since it's spring break,
Yeah.
does she work in that realm too, Fran?
Yeah, she's a social work professor as well.
If you could get those two folks to
I'll
call
reach
me,
out
I'd
to you.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just give them my number, my phone number, and they can leave a message. I'll get back to them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being so responsive. I know you got to be busy, and this is going to be a hell of a case. to-
Well, this is my case. This is my case, and this is I want to see this. I want to see this to the end. And
Oh, I appreciate that. The amount of healing it would do in this community and in my small community if we could find out who did this.
oh yeah. And I know there's a lot of people frustrated, and everybody wants to know more of the story, and they want to know how come there's not more details coming out, and so on and so forth. Read into it any way you want. I'm not saying anything. That's
Good
my,
for you.
So.
You also haven't asked. I mean, I know.
Right.
That,
No, I'm fine with that. And
Investigator Hale did tell me at one point, and I think one of the reasons, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but I was pitching him this, and I just couldn't hear me, I felt like. But he said, we have evidence, we're analyzing it.
yeah.
So that's the one thing that,
Well, you don't have to be a detective, let alone or a rocket scientist or anything else to figure out that there hasn't been an arrest, so everything's still on the table.
sure.
And that's as simple as you can get. Now Stephen's the one that she was saying, and texted you. That
Yeah, he was running with that bat mitzvah. I mean, I don't know how useful it'll be. He's going to say, Wendy's still crazy Wendy, is what he's probably going to say, but he can tell you the joke she was making.
Well, the first thing was it sounded like that she was joking about Danny getting his head blown off.
So, yeah. He
But
can
then
tell
when I
you exactly
specifically asked you what was said, it more sounded, it was a little bit less innocuous, but saying that she was glad it wasn't
Yeah.
Jeff or
Yeah.
her
The
kids.
head blown off thing, maybe that's wrong. He'll tell you. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I just want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
that might have stuck in my head and be wrong. It might be simply like Danny getting killed or something like that. So.
Gotcha. Okay, buddy. I think
you.
we're done for now.
Thank you, sir. I
I'll
appreciate
walk
it.
you downstairs.
Appreciate it.
I think Isom's gonna go and have a big piece of cake after that. Maybe more than one. So, yeah. The end of Jeff's interview. God, he put a lot out there, didn't he? So much. So much about Wendy and her habits. saw through everything. And so much of what he said prematurely has since been proven to be true. I mean, they really should give him an award or something. You know, they should at least send him one of those, like, plastic sheriff's badges that they give to kids to play with. Make him, like, honorary sheriff of Tallahassee or something. Or a statue. A statue would be good. Right outside the courthouse. Jeff, holding the sword of truth and the shield of justice, with Wendy's head lying severed at his feet. 50-foot high statue. That'd be great. Yeah. And we did some diagnoses today as well. We have confirmed that Wendi is indeed histrionic personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder and borderline, but not bipolar, or maybe bipolar. I think bipolar is like harder to tell without interviewing the person with specific questions. But she's definitely those three, the dark triad. Sounds like a merch idea. What, the statue? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Just have a bunch of them all around Tallahassee. You know, something that happens in Europe, I don't know if it happens in the States or not, but it happens in various cities across Europe where a city will choose to have a certain animal that somehow connects with the city, and all around the city they'll put like a big, you know, about the size of a, I mean, kind of the size of a golf cart, maybe not that big, a little bit smaller, like half a golf cart of this animal, decorated in different ways all around the city. So if the city chooses a swan, there'll be a bunch of swans dotted around the city. If they choose a pig, there'll be a bunch of pigs dotted around the city. And people, for some reason, walk around and go and see them all because they're decorated in a different way depending on where they're, like if there's one outside the court, it might have a judge's wig on. You don't have wigs, do you, in the States? But anyway, no, that should be Tallahassee's theme, mascot, just loads of Jeff dotted around the city, and then tourists that follow the trial, they'll have to do the route on them. They'll have little Jeff maps, Tallahassee Jeff maps, where they go to each one and get their picture taken. The Jeff, what would you call it? The Jeffathon? Every year, Tallahassee Jeffathon. Okay, we're gonna go, guys. We're it's already light here. We've got the vet today. We've got to do some other stuff. Microphone's arriving in about 3 hours, so I'm gonna have to get up for that. Tomorrow, I think we may try and do Tamara Dempko. You know, Jeff gets all the attention because he's been on the stand in all three trials. Everybody knows him. Tamara Dempko is yet to testify, but she had an interview with General Isom very soon after the shooting. I forget exactly what the date was. It might have been the 19th. I'm not sure. I don't remember. So we'll have to wait and see. But she gave an interview with General Isom pretty much equal in the deep emotional intelligence and subjective insight into, and, you know, what really comes across is her sense of what went on without knowing any details. Jeff has got a bunch of details, right, to work with. Tamara Demko didn't have that much. She did go round to Wendy's house unannounced to find out what the fuck was going on and said that was really weird. Anyway, maybe we're going to do that tomorrow night, so be sure to come back, subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. If you didn't click like, please do before you go. That would be great. It's as always good to get as many thumbs up, likes on the video as we can. And, you know, it's just a really nice way to help us out. If you want to support the channel, links in the description to buymeacoffee.com, PayPal, merchandise, social networks, Patreon, and other things, YouTube memberships, Discord memberships, fantastic Discord. Yeah, all good, yeah? No, great chat tonight, guys. Great comments, as usual. But particularly good tonight. I think it's a good subject, right? Jeff's always a very good value subject. We get a lot out of it. Whew, what else have we got to cover? We've got about, what, 10 days, whatever it is, until jury selection. Then what, maybe... So I think it's not this Friday, but the Friday after that. It's opening statements in Donna Adelson, the fucking state of Florida, great state of Florida, v. Donna Adelson, 2 Fridays away. Remember to join us, book the time off work, stay at home, join Metrics. We're going to be watching it live. We're going to have live chat. It's going to be a love-in, a fiesta. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And then we're going to do evening updates. Fantastic evening updates, best bit, comments, maybe special guests, who knows? Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should bring someone in. I wonder what Leo's doing up in Alaska, because we also need to get Alaska, right? We've got 5 states remaining. 5, that's it. Oh, thank you, Jutta, for the coffee. That's wonderful stuff. Just in time before we go. Thank you so much, Jutta. That means the world to us, Jutta. What state are you? Are you in the States, Jetta? Do you live in a grey state? Where are you, Jetta? Yeah. So we're going to be watching Donna Adelson's trial all together. It's going to be great. Come and join us. And we'll be back tomorrow, probably with Tamara Demko, unless I get a sudden rush of inspiration from some other Adelson-related content that we need to do. But we're just going to be cramming in as much as we can in the run-up, so we've got all of this information fresh in our minds, because, you know, there's so much of it. There's so much of it. As time goes by, we lose some. So it's good to just have a refresh. Wales? Oh, yeah. We were saying that the other night. You corrected my pronunciation of Splo. Was that you? I guess it was you. I'm in Wales. BBC Radio Cymru. Yeah. The convention center in ABQ, New Mexico has life-sized bronze statues of Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. Vince Gilligan and many of the actors were there for the unveiling. I had friends that were there. Fantastic, Michelle. Great stream tonight, Metrics. Great moderating tonight, Michelle. You know, these fucking guys keep trying to squeeze their way into our consciousnesses, and you just keep batting them away. It's great stuff, Michelle. See you all tomorrow. I should be around to fight troll crime if necessary. Yeah, I'm always up for a good game of whack-a-troll. All right. Good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you to the chatters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrics moderators. Thank you, everybody. Good night.